Okay, I am here. I was getting things set up and yapping in Discord. I am here. Hi, I'm here. I'm here now. It's been 40 minutes and I'm still waiting for my lipstick to dry. Hi, Stella. What? What in the world? Is this like... Stella, I'm guessing you typed hi as an H-I-I, but it got auto-translated? What? What is that? Because I see a symbol for... I see the, like, kanji to English symbol. And if I scroll over your message, it goes from saying the kanji to English symbol, this, to hi, H-I-I, if I mouse over it. Okay, before we get started, I need to try to figure that out. Oh, let's see. I don't understand. I don't know why it would be under community moderation, but, you know. Yeah, YouTube be weird as always. Let's see. Oh my god, do I still have my OG AdSense account attached? I guess I do, because this Gmail account's like... God, I don't even want to think about how old this Gmail account is. Google account, I guess. Let's see, where would this be? Somebody type something in a language not English real quick. Just somebody say something in like fucking French or whatever. I don't care. Just... YouTube is also being slow as fuck. Yeah, it's auto-translating. I hate that. Oh my god. Okay, here's... God, why does everything have to be a fucking video? Just give me a... Okay, here's a way to turn it off, allegedly. I'm gonna watch this through real quick.
To, even if your audience mostly speaks another language. You can still see their...
There is a way to... easy if you... Okay. Oh my god. Is this a setting that I'm gonna have to make sure is turned off every single time? Okay, go to customization. Live chat translation. Off. Off. Off damned spot. Oh, okay. New viewers joining a live stream may see an AI-generated summary of the chat. Off damn spot. Turn that off. Get that out of here. Leaderboard, that's fine. Live chat, that's fine. Live chat replay. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. Turn that AI shit off. Get that out of here. Fuck out of here. Hola. It's off. Hooray. It's gone. The Wicked Witch of the West is dead. Okay. I've just got to make sure to turn that off every single stream. Great. Easy. That's really stupid. That's really stupid. That's not a feature I wanted. Ever. Sometimes it's really fucking funny to just have the original language word in chat instead of, like, translating it constantly. This top makes my boobs look nice. Anyway. I'm gonna get Dawntrail started. The only reason I'm wearing this, I gotta turn my controller off. There we go. Oh, right. The only reason I'm wearing this is because it's cool outside. There's cool air coming in. It feels nice in my room. If the Knicks lose tonight, I don't think Trump leaves in New York City alive. I'm waiting with bated breath. I don't give a fuck about sports. Like, I'm going to say this now. I actually will disown you as a friend if you talk to me about the fucking World Cup, because that shit is going to destroy what good is left in my beautiful city. I'm in fucking shambles over this World Cup shit. I don't want it to happen in Seattle. Especially during the Pride Parade, I am going to be a fucking menace during the Pride Parade because I know the amount of kink at Pride discourse. Be quiet. You guys don't have game audio. The amount of kink at Pride discourse that's going to pop off this year specifically because there's going to be a bunch of fucking tourists and the libs are going to lib out over seeing some titties at the Pride Parade this year. Pinky, I'm telling you right now, I am flashing every single fucking news camera I see. I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. It's going to happen. Every single one of them. God forbid the girls hang out. Literally. I'm not tucking. Modesty need not apply when I go to the Pride Parade this year. Shut up. But, with all that said, if the Knicks do lose tonight, it's going to be the first time I'm actually excited about a sports outcome ever in my life. because I know if they manage to get him out of the city safely, it is going to require tactical intervention. And the documentary that we see about this 20 years from now is going to be the most insane thing we ever see. And I'm here for it. Otherwise, New York City is going to fucking detonate. Because this is like, what, the first time? Because, like, the Knicks are on a winning streak right now, right? I don't know anything about sports. I'm all of the information that I have about... Stop it. All of the information I have about this game is through, like, cultural osmosis. Really big one. Really big winning streak. Because I know this is, like, something that that Knicks fans are, like, getting super fucking turned up about. And if they lose tonight, I hope they do. I hope they do. Oh my god, because... Oh shit. Y'all. If they lose, it's going to be a calamity. It's going to be a fucking apocalypse in New York City. I just know it. It's going to be Escape from New York City, but real. And instead of Kurt Russell, it's going to be doughy geriatric fucking on life support Trump getting airlifted out in fucking Air Force One. Okay, should we actually get started with the game? Virtual cam. Yay. Watch tonight to bring my bad luck. That's the energy I want to see. Put that energy into the world. I'm sorry, New York. I've got some friends in New York, and your city is presumably wonderful. I've never been. I hope the Knicks lose, and I hope your city... I hope it's a fucking shit show. I hope it's a fucking shit show. I hope people get fucking scared. I want this to somehow end up being the thing that irreparably mars the entire country's what remaining fan base Trump has. I hope this is the thing that irreparably mars their opinion of Trump. I hope this is a fucking disaster. Anyway. I am wish casting chaos. I am manifesting just pure pandemonium. 23 players in queue. Goddamn. My life is in ruins. Danhausen has the duty to do the funniest thing tonight at the Knicks game. I don't know who Danhausen is, but I... Need to hire those Etsy witches. I know. Look, my favorite part about the Etsy witch thing was that so many people were like, immediately in the aftermath of Kurt getting murked, people were like deleting their posts about hiring Etsy witches to curse Charlie. Meanwhile, verifiably, the Etsy witches that were being hired to cast hexes on him were like, I told you this shit was real. They were like fucking fearless about it too. They were like, yeah, hell yeah, I'll show you the fucking receipts. I had 50 fucking people hiring, like sending me money on Etsy the day before saying, hey, can you like hex Charlie? It was great. Danhausen is the comedy wrestler that cursed the Knicks' opponents. So he can curse Trump live. Oh, okay. I don't have context for this, but I'll take your word for it. Okay. Let's see. Yay, Twink leveled up. Oh, you need better gear. You also need... You also need a retainer, Fantasia, at some point. I need to change your appearance. Yeah, I need to change your appearance. All of my retainers were based on other friends' characters, and the character this got based on is changed now, and it's actually not as funny anymore. Let's see. What? You need to be 630 to do the next level? Jesus. I don't have anything to give you, I don't think. Literally nothing I can give him. See, did you see the last FF7 was revealed? Yes, I'm very excited. I have looked at literally nothing from the announcement for it because I've already been looking into Veronica, Resident Evil Veronica. I've already been looking into that because I'm very excited. I've been theory crafting about how the story is going to go with the remake continuity for Resident Evil. So I have actually been watching everything that's come out for Veronica so far, which is just the announcement trailer. But for Final Fantasy VII Revelation, I'm going to go as far as I can seeing absolutely nothing. I want to know nothing. I want to be completely blind going into that game. So I know it's been announced. I have not looked at anything except for the email I got from Square Enix. So I've seen the promotional poster that was in the email. And I saw that Sid actually has his lance, which makes me happy because I was kind of annoyed in Rebirth that Sid was just a glorified taxi. When, I don't know if you noticed this, I play Dragoon. I always like the Dragoon characters, and I always like Sid in Final Fantasy games because Sid is like the cool uncle slash grandpa character, basically always. And then he's a glorified taxi in Rebirth. And I was like, no, hang on. He's more important to the story than this. Like, Sid's an asshole that eventually becomes, like, one of the party's closest, like, strongest companions. And he's a fucking taxi driver. So that was slightly annoying. So hopefully they do something more with him this time. My character is such a twink. What do you mean? My character is muscly tiger mama. She's like 6.5 feet tall. Like, okay, actually, I don't know how these Mikote males are this tall. Because they're not supposed to be able to be this tall. Like, this guy is way fucking taller than Miko males should ever be, because I'm like mid-height range for Hrothgar female. This retainer is a Mikote male, and he's actually max height. And you can tell he's like a solid head shorter than my character. I can't believe they're giving us Code Veronica finally. Actually, I can believe it because I knew that's what they were going to do. It's the only thing that makes sense. Allow me to explain, and then we'll get started with MSQ. So the thing about Code Veronica had to be what's next, right? Because the thing that clued me into the way Capcom is going to go forward with the storyline it wasn't explicit until Requiem. At least I don't think it was explicit until Requiem that 7, 8, and now Requiem are part of the remake continuity. Everything in Requiem referencing earlier games, earlier stories in the franchise, are referencing them from the remake continuity. So the RPD is the same RPD from RE2 Remake. It's the same layout of the city as seen in RE2 Remake as well as RE3 Remake. The connections, the secret organization that gets referenced, I don't think by name in 7, but it does definitely get referenced by name in 8. Actually, I think that is the first time it actually got named. It might be in DLC. It might be in one of the DLCs for RE7 where the connections got named explicitly. All of that stuff has been referenced in the Resident Evil franchise up until this point. It specifically got referenced in RE4, but never by name. However, the really important detail is in how Leon speaks to Ada in Resident Evil 4, the original, and then Resident Evil 4 Remake. Okay? In the OG Resident Evil 4, I need to go back and confirm exactly when this happens, but it's either in the Master Suite overlooking the hedge maze bedroom, or it's after the Krauser fight where Ada interrupts Krauser attempting to kill Leon. Leon will say something along the lines of, "So it's true." Ada responds, "What?" And then Leon says, "You working with Wesker." He doesn't say that in RE4 Remake. All he does is ask who Ada is working for this time. Hi, Pinky. I see you. I see you in the game. Leon, in the original continuity, because of what happened with Operation Javier in, was that Dead Aim? Whichever game featured Operation Javier, that's where Leon would have interacted directly with the effect of Wesker fucking around. But prior to that, he did know that Wesker was still alive post Arclay Mansion and Raccoon City. And the reason that he knew that is because Claire, while on Rockford Island, sent Leon the email saying, "Hey, I need your help." It was Leon that notified Chris that Claire is on Rockford Island. Leon and Chris were in contact enough that Chris was able to mount his rescue. Leon at this time was training to become like the government operator. Like, he was about to start dealing with Operation Javier stuff. So he wasn't able to go, but he was able to coordinate with Chris to send Chris to Rockford Island to save his sister. He was able to be like, "Hey, Chris, I know where Claire is. She's on this island. She just sent me an email saying that she's there. So Leon would have found out that Wesker is alive because of the Rockford Island incident. So it is contingent on the Rockford Island incident as to whether or not Leon would know that Wesker is still alive. That, by necessity, follows that if we're going to explain why Leon doesn't recognize Zeno in Requiem, that we need to explain what happened on Rockford Island and whether or not Wesker is explicitly a player in this game now, in the remake continuity. Is his presence a known factor, or is he now operating in the shadows? Is knowledge of him surviving Arclay going to be suppressed as opposed to what happened in the original continuity where, yes, he is active, he is an active participant on the island, he is an active participant in Africa, culminating in his death, his final death after Resident Evil 5. Like, we need to explain what happens here. So we need to establish how he survived, if he survived, Arclay Mansion incident and Raccoon City. And then we can go on with explaining what happens to him later in Resident Evil 5. So those two things have to be what happened now. Like, those two things have to be explained. So I was actually talking about this to a friend not 2 weeks ago. I was saying, like, yeah, it was really confusing to me that Leon wouldn't know who Zeno is, or at least who Zeno is a clone of, because he would have known who Wesker is the entire time. And then it clicked for me. Oh, wait. This is remake continuity. We know that the connections were working to take over and did take over immediately after the fall of Umbrella, which happened immediately after the Raccoon City incident. The connections could have suppressed information about Wesker's survival that easily. Nobody would know that Wesker is alive right now except for the connections. And like, go back to Resident Evil 7. The organization that Mia Winters is working for in Resident Evil 7 is the Connections. It's not Umbrella. They never name Umbrella. But in Resident Evil 8, it's stated explicitly that Mia Winters worked for the Connections. Whenever Mia would say during the flashback sequence, you know, the company, the organization, whatever, what she's referring to is the Connections. Mia Winters is an operative of Wesker, which is why I fucking hate her ass, because she was never a good guy. She was always a fucking villain. She knew what the Connections were doing. She was all in on that shit. And as much as I don't like Ethan as a protagonist, he never fucking deserved what Mia put him through. I am a Zoe sycophant for life. Zoe Baker is the only good person. Well, the entire Baker family were good people. It was tragic circumstance. Zoe Baker got the worst of it out of anybody. So her being the one to survive is like, I'm so happy about that. I'm so happy to have discovered that Zoe was the only one that actually ended up getting out of that relatively unscathed. She deserved it more than anybody. I kind of want them to bring back Zoe to team up with Rose. Lucas was always a prick. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Lucas was always a prick. But he did get his. Lucas got his in the end. As for bringing Zoe back, no, I kind of want her to just live a life of peace. Just like, let her chill, man. Like, she doesn't need to get involved in any of this anymore. She doesn't. No. Give her a fat fucking settlement check and just like let her chill. She doesn't want anything to do with any of this shit. She's not chilling though. I know. But let her. just let her live a life of peace. She deserves that. Anyway. Oops. Why did that cast Lance charge? Oh, is it because the hot button? Oh, okay. I may need to change. But why is that tied to... My G3 key on my keyboard is for some reason tied to my 8 button? She's the one who's investigating the incident against the BSAA's wishes and shit Chris's for that matter. Yeah. My stream delay is a few seconds. Yeah, I'm not running zero delay. It takes way too much bandwidth. The processing for it. The processing for it means that I can't get the stream quality that I want. Okay, anyway. My point is Zoe Baker deserves to live a life of peace. Most of the characters in Resident Evil deserve to live a life of peace, but Zoe especially. Zoe never wanted any of this shit. Can you imagine Joe Baker just running up on shit during other Resident Evil games? I can, and it's the funniest thing ever. You just fucking punch, literally, like, Leon's over fucking aura farming on the Super Tyrant with his axe, and then Joe Baker just walks up to him and just Hulk punches a hole right through his fucking heart. It'd be the funniest thing ever. He just turns and looks at Leon. It's like, I don't know what you're having a hard time with. Okay. Back to Garlemald. Just a man punching his way through the connections. It would be the funniest thing. I want to see Joe Baker in Leon Must Die Forever mode. Like, if we start getting more characters in LMDF, Joe Baker. We need him. He doesn't get guns. He doesn't get hatchets. No parrying. Nothing like that. Just punch. Just punch. That's all it is. Which I guess that's what his minigame was. His bonus thing. But still. How do we stop this fucking old guy?
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Hello, Tancred.
Tataru sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. Though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent.
Planar fissures. Oh, that's right, because we're dealing with Asians again.
Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
How is the game audio? I can turn up I can turn it up just a
Which
little
is the
bit.
second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of Voidsent.
I have to turn it up for myself, actually, because all I'm hearing is sibilance.
They've fallen back to the north of the Imperial Palace. Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
Fine. Okay.
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Kryl. Thank you. The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
Although, one other thing that I would like to see done at some point. Two things, actually. Oh, it's a dungeon. Okay, I can do this in a trust. Two things that I would actually like to see done, and they have to do with Jill Valentine, who is eternally my first love. One, I have come around to the idea that Resident Evil 1 needs another update. Not that I necessarily think that anything that is taking place in the remake continuity is directly contradicted by the current state of Resident Evil 1, but I think the main incongruence that exists now is the really shocking change in personality between Resident Evil 1, even remake, Jill's personality, and then Jill's personality in Resident Evil 3 remake. Because I don't know who else here has played 3R recently. I've been playing it again because I'm practicing for some. Okay, talk to you later, Stella. I'm practicing for my eventual like Nightmare and Inferno runs. They still haven't finished that yet. Anybody else has played through those recently? You'll know that Jill is very much a foul-mouthed butch tomboy, clearly bisexual, possibly just straight up lesbian in 3R. If you go back and play Resident Evil 1 remake after that, it's kind of wild how different she is, and the games take place like 3 months apart. Jill's a raging bisexual. Yeah, like all you got to do is look at the intro sequence for Resident Evil 3 remake and pay attention to the posters on her walls. She has more naked women on her walls in her apartment than I do, and that's saying something. Absolute tomboy, butch, bisexual at the very least. And it's very amusing seeing the difference. Yeah, it says a lot. What was that supposed to mean? Oh my god, can I take Thancred and Urianger into this? Oh geez, okay, sorry twins. You get no love this time. I need the husbands. To be fair to Chris, Jill, Chris, and Barry, the shit they went through in RE1 can shift a person's outlook and personality radically. Yeah, but Jill is a completely different person between 1 and 3R. Like a shockingly different person. Like, you get the impression that Jill was always kind of like a foul-mouthed tomboy based on the way she and Kendo interact, as well as with Vickers in the opening sequence. Because it really feels like they have like an established rapport with each other. She may have been like the consummate professional and then Resident Evil 1 happened. Maybe. I mean, it's entirely possible. Because like, the thing is, RE1 Remake got made during the time when you can watch dudes' heads explode, but you can't say dirty words. Like, Resident Evil at that time was very funny in how it skirted around profanity, but you can literally watch Leon get his head sawn off. Anyway. Let's see. No to the twins.
Our fates are not yet
I stand
sealed.
ever ready.
My dream team. My dream team. We have the husband and the dads. Plus it was a GameCube exclusive for a bit, so that makes sense. That was also the case with Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 0. Code Veronica was Dreamcast, but it still had the same, like, conspicuously avoiding profanity. Like, I think the dirtiest word that got said was maybe bastard. Which also got said in Resident Evil 4. Even though, very funnily, the subtitle on the little, like, communicator that Leon uses, it actually, like, gets censored. Veronica was also on PS2, not originally. I have 2 copies of it on PS2. I also have a PS2 copy. But it was originally Dreamcast. And it wasn't developed for PS2 either. That got ported. Actually, I don't remember what the timeline for Code Veronica's port was. CV and 4 had that shifted to non-exclusive thing when their exclusive consoles didn't do the numbers. Yeah, this is something that I've pointed out a number of times. The GameCube, in reality, was not a very successful console for Nintendo. But the PlayStation 2 sold so many fucking units. The PS2 is the greatest selling console of all time. And it's almost by orders of magnitude. Like, I can pull this up right now. No. Oh my god, why does the search function always go to the bottom of the fucking page first? Yeah, right here. The PlayStation 2 remains the best-selling video game console of all time, having sold 160 million units worldwide, nearly triple the combined sales of competing 6th-generation consoles. That includes the GameCube. Like, look at the chart. Okay, the Switch is catching up, as well as the DS. The DS has had a long fucking time to catch up. But like, PlayStation 2, 160 million. What was competing at the time? GameCube, way the fuck down here. 8 times fewer. 8 times fewer than the PlayStation 2. That is shocking. That is a shocking mismatch. Let's see. Dreamcast, 2 years before, 9 million. Like, people lost their ass competing against the PS2. Again, the Nintendo Switch is catching up. The Nintendo DS has had a long fucking time to catch up, as well as multiple iterations. Actually, I'm not sure what this pound sign is for. Is that like including Nintendo Switch Lite and OLED units? Okay, well I'd say that's fair because the PlayStation 2 had multiple iterations as well. But like, that's still like in reality, a small portion of a big number is still a big number. That's a 4 million delta between these two. 4 million units fewer than the PlayStation 2. Even the Nintendo 64 hasn't reached 100 million. It had never reached 100 million. Stunning fucking blowout by the PlayStation 2. I gotta do this dungeon. I miss how stupid the Dreamcast was. I loved the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast had some really fun games. Oop. Also, the original Dreamcast version of Code Veronica itself was actually really funny. They had to change Steve's haircut so as to not risk a lawsuit because his appearance was so similar to Leonardo DiCaprio at the time. So when you play, if you play the original version of Code Veronica, because the PS2 version was Code Veronica X. I need to be using my... Oops. I need to be using my AoE rotation.
Behold the heavens' brilliance!
Oh, Pinky, I just introduced some people to the Orange milkshakes. Timeless classic. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I can enlighten you. But I would have to levy a fee. Power Stone 3, Power Stone Remake. I'm not sure that I'm familiar with Power Stone. But if I ever get myself into a position where I can like actually like spend money on things that aren't, you know, bills, you know, have any disposable income, I would like to build an actual collection of retro games and systems.
If I may.
Power Stone was Smash Bros. Before Smash Bros. Interesting. With original Capcom characters. Neat. Didn't it get announced that Tifa Lockhart is getting added to some fighting game? Some crossover fighting game? I've been seeing memes about that.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Why, yes, I am quite pretty, thank you.
You're mine.
Yeah, 2027 is going to be fucking great for games. I am so excited for Veronica. The thing I'm actually, like, beyond excited for is the fact that Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually going to get a conclusion. That was the thing that I was scared about from the very beginning when Remake first came out, and it was literally just the Midgard section. I was like, we're not going to see a conclusion to this. We're going to see maybe one more game in this, and then it's just going to, like, they're going to drop the project. That ended up not being the case, apparently.
Take care of the Fisher.
I think the success of Rebirth is, even though they were kind of being developed concurrently, because I know Part 3 has been in production since before they even released Rebirth, but I think Rebirth being as successful as it was has really helped to solidify this as being a successful project. All right, Thancred. Oh, hi, Lou. What? What is happening? Oh, it's... Stop moving. Okay. There we go. All right, great. Eyes on me. Is that a look away? No, I didn't see the symbol. If I was scanning for moving targets. Okay, so I have to stay still. Oh, that's a stop attack as well. Okay. It's Ren. I figured. I wasn't entirely sure. Either way, nice to see you. It's been a while since we've chatted. How are things going your way? Okay, so it seems like it's going to stick to the direction that it slow paths towards. God, my rotation has been dog shit. Still want to... No, okay. Looking away is not going to help with that. Motion scanner. Stop attacking. What? Come on. I didn't... Ugh. I stopped moving. Just been catching up with Dawntrail too. Yeah, same. I think you and I talked about this at some point during Endwalker. But like, IQ since Shadowbringers was finished. Okay, it's gonna slow path and then change. Yeah, okay. That's simple enough to deal with. Ah, no, get out. My aim is terrible. Okay. I am verifiably not fucking moving. Okay, so why did I get hit that second time? Because I stopped moving, and I wasn't auto-attacking. Very strange. Not going to stand too close to anybody. Get my star cross off. Okay, I am doing nothing. We are hands off. Okay. Slow path. My dyslexia is really kicking in, and I can see that it's called the Eye of the Scorpion, but my brain wants to read it as Eye of the Scrotum. And I know this says more about me than it does about the fact that I have dyslexia, but still. Oh, and my gorgeous, handsome husband, Graha, is not stealing the limit break. Thank you. Thank you, my darling. Love of my life. Okay. Guild Wars 3 is happening? Oh my god, you and Pinky can, like, probably talk at length about that. If I remember correctly, it's not because you moved to it's because you moved to not overlap the AoE, even though it was before the telegraph reached you. Yeah, I stopped moving. I stopped moving. I saw the overlap and I got out of the overlap and then I stopped moving. The fucking mechanic wasn't even difficult to figure out. It was just cheap. Coming from you, not surprised. Hey now. They're still developing for Guild Wars 1 and 2. Yeah, that's the thing that, like, I'm actually, like, really impressed by ArenaNet doing. Because I know, well, I mean, Square Enix has been doing the same thing for FF11 and 14. Like, they've been in development concurrently since, 14 came out. And 11 came out in fucking 2000. Or was it 2001? It was 2000 or 2001. It was like an early release title for the PlayStation 2. And they're still making new content for 11. So, like, maybe they'll keep 14 going for another 10 years. Who knows? But if they manage to do the same thing that ArenaNet is doing with Guild Wars and, like, keep, the theoretical 3 MMOs running concurrently if they ever do make a follow-up to 14, that will be very impressive. Because I have actually been thinking about booting up 11 to see, like how different it is from what I remember. Because it has been a long time since I played it. It's been over 20 years. Which is insane to me to think about. Fuck, I'm old. I'm so old. Why is it that I can think about games that I played in high school 20 years ago? Meanwhile, I'm still getting confused for being in my fucking mid-20s. Sure, but okay. Just as another point of experimental data. If you didn't know how old I am, which I'm not sure you even know, like, specifically how old I am, what would your guess as to my age actually be? And don't fluff me up on this. I want an honest answer. How old do you think I look? Honest answers. What a dangerous question. Hey, look, I'm asking for honesty here. There is no wrong answer. Except the obvious bullshit answer.
If I may?
About the same as mine, I'd say mid-30s. Well, you would be correct, because I am in my mid-30s. millennials like us run the fucking gamut of what age do I look. And you want to know why that is? Is because millennials were the generation that actually started to reject smoking, like, at large. Zoomers are going to look super fucking young for basically ever, because most of them never started smoking. But millennials like us, it's about half and half. You've got some millennials that are in their early 30s like us that look late 40s because they've been smoking since they were teenagers. And some millennials that still look like they're 20 because they never smoked. I never did. I smoked cigarettes from 14 to like 20. No, way later than that, because I started vaping. I was like 22 or 23 when I started vaping. Back when they were like the really tiny, shitty pen things. Yeah. So I smoked like about, 8 or 9 years, starting as a teenager. And I know I looked fucking rough because of that. But having not smoked for so long and having a skincare routine and drinking plenty of water and estrogen, which is the fountain of youth apparently. Short. His name is Short. He looks like such a happy guy. I'm sure he's evil. What you got for me, Short? But yes, you would be correct. Mid-30s. I am 34 this year. Okay. Oh, he's gonna go again. Great. No, I'm gonna lose my Starcross. Okay, I got it. Oh, ew. Ew, he puked on me. Gross fucker. Meteor. No, fuck you. I got out of that. Oh. Nope, not this time. Dose. It really does not give you much time to move, does he? I feel like that could be kind of tricky if he picks a location way the fuck far away. Although there's probably... Oh my god, Kryle's not here to kill me. Hooray. Okay. If it wasn't for my self-control and Meg's allergies, I'd considered smoking again for the weight loss. There are so many healthier things that you can do for weight loss. I'd say meth would be healthier for weight loss. You leave my baby girl out of this. Okay, Pinky, you have watched Kryl try to kill me multiple times. Johnny deleted a message. Oh, it was Johnny's message. Calls me old when she's 1 month older than me. Yeah, and I'm old. And you're not that far behind me. She's doing her best to get me killed. Doing a damn good job of it sometimes. You're an interesting fella. Biblos. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god, my rotation's all gone to shit. Deleted message was just a typo. Okay. Anything you say can and will show up on the stream chat window. The record is permanent. Which is something that I know realistically there's really no way to get around that, but I would like. I wonder if there's a way to set enough of a delay to rig it up in such a way that no. Because once the message shows up on the chat window on the stream, that's it. It's there forever. So deleting messages kind of just doesn't do anything, which is unfortunate, but it's whatever. It requires effort, but if something actually serious ever got said in chat, I can always just go back and blur that section of the screen until the message is off the window. Do I go into the green butthole? Yes. I'm gonna need another drink soon. That pipe thing reminded me of one of the gags from the pilot episode of Futurama, where that guy steps into the transport pipe and says Radio City Mutant Hall was actually a redub from something. I think it was he originally said JFK Airport or something. I don't remember what the context was, but apparently it was really insensitive because something happened shortly before. No, it was something Robert Kennedy, because Robert Kennedy got assassinated. I don't remember. Yeah, I can slow mode YouTube chat. Like that itself is not a problem. It's just that once the message ends up on the stream chat window, it's there basically forever. Like you have to actually blur parts of the screen to make the message not visible until it's off the chat window. And like, really, the only way to truly get around that is to just not put chat on the screen to begin with, but then you start to lose context for what the broadcaster is talking about if you do things like go full screen or whatever. Bro's waist is snatched. God damn. Wait, which way am I going? Oh, okay. Bro's got the fucking waistline of the gods. God damn. Wonder who his corset maker is. Anyway. Welcome to my domain, mortals. Speaking of smoking, Jesus. Oof. Carry out my will. Okay. Ah, I knew they were going to do that. Okay, there's gonna be one. Okay, I want to be here? Yes. What do I do? Oh, is this another, like, stop attacking? Oop. I don't know why I cast, I don't know why I cast that. Okay. Where's a good place? Oh, they're moving. Right here. Moving. Mine is to avoid these guys. Man, he really likes casting that Void Dark in my direction. Alright, let's go ahead and pop this. Oh, I am gonna... Time to pull the string. I nearly got in a major way. No? Okay, I don't... I missed, so it's fine. I don't understand what's causing me to fail that one. I need to actually, like, look at the, maybe it's a look away? Maybe it's a, like, not... another not movement thing? Thanker, did you just woke they them this strand? Well, I can see that. Ooh, an orchestrion roll. I have got so many silver pieces I need to sell. Okay, before I start the cutscene, I am going to run to the bathroom and get another drink. I'll be right back. Okay. There's a joke in there about how the white ones are always the ones that foam up the most when you open them. Yeah, they're all... they're all they-theming it. Final Fantasy XIV has gone woke? Ah! What just happened? Oh, did my chat break? There we go. Minor interruptions.
I think that's all of them.
Not woke. My life is in shambles now, right? Like I said, I keep bringing this up. To this day, I still get comments being shitty on my FF14 has always been woke, you ding-dongs video. To this day. I have it set up to where every
seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
I have it set up to where every comment gets auto-modded and held for review. And, like, still get shitty comments. It's been over a year.
It's over. I can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people, for my home.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
Wait! If you do that, I will be trapped here.
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate?
I suppose. Reminds me of the Pale Man from the Labyrinth, from Pan's Labyrinth.
You want to go back to the void? Your kind have entered this realm before, some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
The wind is fresh and pure, untouched by darkness. Perhaps it won't be a blessing to meet my end in such a place. But I cannot yet bear to part with the void. If only the winds would blow there as they do here. I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
We know that pain all too well. If that
Don't you go living out on me, Julius.
you must forsake this aggression. Go back to the void and devote yourself to its restoration. I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the void from another world blighted with imbalance.
I miss Zero. I liked Zero. I'd like to see her in the story again.
I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the void, I'm sure of it.
His form is imbued with the will of all those I have consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
She won't disappoint you.
Yeah, she was.
That much I guarantee.
She was definitely one of my favorite, if not my favorite part of Endwalker.
Bravo! I think Zero will approve.
Oh,
Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right? I thought I might lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
If we get more of her in Evercold. With the way things are looking, I definitely see like more interdimensional, like I see Stola actually cracking the secret to like inter-shard travel in Evercold. I think Julius would like to see her some more too. Oh, I'm sure he would. Zabard contingent was successful in containing the threat. What's sent to attack in such numbers just as we are finding our feet? I daren't. Imagine. Whomst? Imagine the consequences had you not provided such timely aid. Why so many yellow and purple materia? Yeah, whatever. When is there not something weighing heavy on Thancred's mind? Well, let's be completely real here.
Contain the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control for the time being.
Thancred is like archetypal concerned dad about everything at this point.
Though it remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
One thing is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern. The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald. Though it hath since been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open.
Oh.
A gate which was instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Oh gods. The moon.
With our attention fixed upon planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability. All other paths unto the void are but pinpricks in the veil compared to that great lunar rift.
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry.
Let us make for Bestway's burrow. I dare say the Loporrits are well aware of current events.
Yay, we're going back to the moon.
Join us once she finishes tending to the wounded. I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the moon's void gate is second to none.
I feel like at this point, Stola's knowledge of just about everything is second to none.
Alphino, Balize, please do what you must to keep our world safe.
We'll be back before you know it.
A quick word, if you will. I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her?
A love note? Oh.
Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void. She likes dumplings.
I'm sure you'll get an opportunity to give her plenty of your dumplings at some point in the future. Hi, B. How are you doing?
We're doomed! Doomed, I say!
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loporrits too are beset with void scent.
No, something far more tragic is unfolding.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all! Yes, void scent.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to pull a visual gag here.
Pouring forth from the crater!
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living Ray dashed off to activate the brands and halt the fiend's invasion. But she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
I suggest we make for the brands without delay.
Okay. Beleaguered. That's a fun word. How did you manage to not get hit by any of that AoE stuff? Yes, yes. Dragoon has been my main since literally since I started 14. It's several slaughter bots in tow, but I worry they won't be enough for all the void sent. Slaughter bots, you say? Every time I've played 14, I've mained Dragoon. Dragoon is just so fun. And it's like, no matter how hard, because it really does feel sometimes like they're trying to kill the job with some of the weird decisions they make. It still ends up being more fun than any of the other jobs to me. Oh, it's just those two? Okay. Hello, Living Way.
I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened.
You'd have been turned into rabbit stew.
I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue. Aetherius is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughter bots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest lubberate to ever live. I can practically taste the praise.
Ladies and gentlemen, every alleged trans ally ever, as described in one text box. Are these little rabbit people new? Yeah, the Loperates were introduced in Endwalker. Can you play as them? No. Although you can play as Viera, which are tall, slender rabbit people. They could probably share Lalafell models, though. Yeah. I would imagine that they're built on the Lalafell rig. And they just have, like, a different head attached to them. There isn't a lot of variation in the Loperate, like, design overall, so I imagine it was super easy to make them.
Unless, of course, the Void Gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through, I don't foresee any major problems.
Living Way, why did you have to say that?
Oh, nope.
God damn it, Living Way.
There you are.
Chubbier faces.
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard. And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
'Tis Golbez's domain beyond the Void Gate. I wonder how he and Zero are faring.
Zero, my beloved.
By the 12.
Uh-oh. I mean, we already established that they're, like, of similar origin, but is this a good thing? This is a very bright screen. And I can see how much I need to clean my monitor. No, I don't think I will unite the stars, because that's what the Ascians were trying to do. Love when games flashbang you. Jesus. Yeah, Dawntrail has been super in love with the, like, stark white screen. Some, like, rainbow bridge thing? Did I, like, accidentally figure out how to use the key? Azine, you sob, what are you up to? Well, I am in the void. Which, I mean, it's strange because I always maintained the ability to come back to the void. There she is.
What are you doing here?
I don't know. No time to explain. I don't know. I don't know. Things just happened.
Only you could be so carefree amidst all this. May as well make yourself useful.
I always do.
The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
Enuo, a dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean. They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Every single person I see do this chooses the funny option. What was the funny option? No time to explain?
Nearby to us. You take care of Enuo. Facing this many foes calls for a more familiar approach.
There's the zero I remember.
Voidsent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield.
You know, I can do the same thing, Zero. You ain't special. They're called soul stones. I feel like a visit was overdue was funnier. It also just makes more sense. Like, no time to explain. I don't know how to explain this.
Besides, what better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
Okay, I'm guessing this is a trial. Yep.
Who dares face me? A mere mortal.
Bruh, you don't want any of what I am.
Hast thou come in search of power? Renown? I fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Yeah, about that. The music is intense. Is this based off of... It sounds familiar, but I can't place if this is based off of some pre-existing Final Fantasy music. The Gabber kick? Somebody slamming the door downstairs. Alright, Pinky. Pinky, are you in game? Wouldn't be surprised if it's from Final Fantasy IV. You may be right. But if it is, I don't remember. It's been a very long time since I played 4. Okay, good. I am enlisting you. Although if I bring up my friends list, it's gonna... Oh, whatever. Get in here. Alright, I don't know anything about this fight. Golbez is 4 and 0 is basically Cecil. Yeah. Yeah, 0's like... Even though she started as, like, even though we were introduced to her as a Reaper, the whole, like, transition from Dark Knight to Paladin is literally Cecil's entire story. There are 5 trials in Dawntrail. Were there that many? Well, yeah, I guess there were. All right, if you're ready, I'll queue us up. Cecil turns Pally. Yeah. He even retains the, like, being able to swap back and forth between Paladin and Dark Knight as well. The music does go crazy. Although I can't click off the game screen because it'll mute it. Okay, stream quality has stayed very healthy so far, which is nice. I want to have a repeat of what happened last week with having to fucking restart the broadcast. That shit was annoying. He's very tentacly. And they're prehensile. Yeah, that was weird. Like, I have no idea what happened because my internet never dropped out. Like, my upstream was fine, my downstream was fine. Like, there was literally nothing wrong with my internet connection. Like, at all. And it just, for whatever reason. Just like in my Japanese anime, Snake. Sovereign of Naughty.
All who dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark.
Meteor rain. What will this do? Okay, raid wide.
The Void's power is mine to wield.
Okay, I feel like his health bar is going down really fast. What's happening? I see people moving. Oh, that's fast. Oh, fuck. Meteor. Not meteor. Flare.
Accept your downfall.
Oh, it's on me. What? What is this? Yay, I didn't kill everybody.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
In so many ways. What's about to happen?
Will endure. Neither past nor future. Only one such place. My triumph.
This is a big ass arena for this.
I've breached the darkness. Let the light guide you.
You must break free.
Nope, I'm getting hit. Yeah, I'm coming.
The underlings are no more. Now to deal with NOO.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Hello?
Light, protect us.
I will not yield my domain! Such is the power of the void.
Monster fucker's eating good. Okay. Oh.
The void shall never cease to be. My power is absolute.
Vacuums grow in number. I don't know. Oh, okay. These people are going over here. Okay.
The void's power is mine to wield. And thus did all boundaries cease to be. the truth of this world! Accept your downfall.
Okay, it's not on me. Oh no, get out of here. Oh, this could be bad. I think this is going to be bad. Nope, got it.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
Okay, that's... yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, something had to get me.
Perish.
I think, yeah. I want to be on the opposite side of...
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
Okay. Take me out to dinner first, right?
They must be sealed away.
I don't remember all the void scent getting they-them'd quite this much. I wonder if that's a new writing direction thing. All right. Cool. Kind of stuff makes me want to catch up on 14. How far have you gotten into 14? Because I know you've said you've played it before. And yeah, that fight was cool. I liked being able to actually figure out what the mechanics were just by paying attention. Hello.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone. I presume you journeyed here to prevent more void scent from passing through the gate.
With
Post Heavensward stuff?
defeated,
Okay.
there are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
Nothing comes to mind. Why'd you ask?
I mean...
So the breach wasn't limited to the Void Gate.
You haven't gotten to the better stuff yet. Heavensward was really fucking good, for being honest.
For better or worse, precious little has changed in the 13th since Zeromus fell.
Stormblood was not so good. But Shadowbringers was so fucking good. Holy shit, Shadowbringers was so fucking good.
Have you noticed anything unusual?
I always love this. Like, have you noticed anything unusual? And it's just the scene that you have in front of you.
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures opened. Here, in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external force. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment, until the two came to meet.
A natural rejoining?
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'Tis a possibility.
Skull Knight from Berserk. This is Golbez. He was originally in Final Fantasy IV.
What of Radzatan and Garlemald? Eulus took mercy upon the interloper. Whether Void Sent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for home.
Oh, right, dumplings.
I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much.
Eulus wants me to give you his dumplings.
Wait, how exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its current state.
Has that just been hanging out the entire time? I like my character's just completely deadpan expressionless, just like...
And this part of yours
yeah,
is
so that
still
thing
there.
over there?
I cannot see it.
Oh, okay. They can't see it, but I can.
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key bearer.
Okay, it's Azem's crystal that
So
activated
it is not
it.
a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
I mean, considering the Warrior of Light is a reincarnation of Azem. Reincarnation. The weirdness involved in that. Did Azem create the key? That smell. Food? How does Golbez even eat? Does he take his... Does he take his helmet off? What does he look like under the helmet? Straw. He's gonna eat his dumplings through a straw. Schlorp. He blends them first. I mean, again, the strange thing is, like, a lot of pomp and circumstance about the key allowing me to return to the Red Moon. Have I not always been able to? I guess not. I guess not return to the Red Moon, but, like, I've always been able to go back to the Void, the World of Darkness. Didn't we use the tower in Garlemald for that there? Yeah, but like, the Warrior of Light is canonically able to return to the first via just teleporting. Like, that's canonically expressed that, like, no, you can just, like, zap yourself back here using the Aetherite system somehow. Like, it never really got explained, but, like, I figured that was the same case with returning to the World of Darkness. Join me in my abode. No, I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. Damn, bitch, you live like this? cannot fly here. Manservant, huh? Are you serving something with that tongue there?
Upon activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond, sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends. They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek
Again,
me
the
out.
hilarious pantslessness of my character. Although, in a related matter, I don't know if I still have screenshots of them. I don't know if anybody else here ever played the MMO Champions Online, which was like meant to be a, like, you play as like a superhero character. As an MMO, you create your character and you're literally like a superhero in like. It's not like explicitly Marvel or whatever, but it's all got this like comic book, like the cell shade comic book kind of art style. I don't know how I managed to pull this off, but you had like a lot of customizability with the appearance of your character. And I somehow made it to where my character wore a skirt or something that appeared like a skirt. Literally no underwear. And as it just turns out, my character just didn't have genitals. Because she was literally wearing nothing under the skirt. Because it wasn't even really a skirt, it was just like a thing that sat on her waist. No genitals. Like, there's nothing being worn there. That's bare skin. Completely, like, complete nullo. It was fucking hilarious. I have no idea how I did it.
Immortal Nullus. I did not expect to see you here.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict.
City of Heroes. I never played City of Heroes.
Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
I take that over IRL at this point. You're not wrong.
Possible.
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Very well. The slightest ample your comrade spoke true. However long it takes to restore our world, you shall have my aid.
And you shall have mine.
Oh, those are like hands. Like hands on the dude's face. Like doing this. I just now realized that. I don't want to leave. I guess I have to. Alright, goodbye again, Zero.
Would you deliver a message to Euless for me? Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here.
Well, you're in luck, Zero, because Stola really wants to get back to her beefy Catman. And if there's anybody in the history of Final Fantasy capable of figuring out how to do that, it's her.
The crystal
The second she figures it out,
aromas have
you
been
figure it
passed
out.
on to our allies in the first. If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us. Safe travels, my friend. We take comfort in the knowledge that you're out there fighting too, wherever you may be.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears she's not in Mare Lamentorum.
And poof. Oh, there I am.
Wait. Is that...
God, you had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
Alza, you should know by now.
Shortly after you vanished, the Void-sent incursion abruptly ended. We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us either. Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
That looks like a chunk of Orosite.
While many mysteries remain,
Now that it's not
for
glowing,
now, I am glad to
glowing
learn the state
gold.
of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon?
And who might you be? Not her void scent, I'd wager.
Greetings.
Rahan noticed it looked like Amarat architecture last patch. Right.
I am Helmarut of the Asians. We are your sworn foes, I know. But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms?
Not entirely accurate. Yeah, it's like Amaratine architecture on a chunk of Aurosite, which is what's leading me. It's leading me to believe that it's another invention of Azim, because it reacted to Azim's crystal.
I wish only to talk.
No, you don't. You got some funky shit planned. I can smell it. I can smell the duplicity upon
Thank you for affording me a chance. Bereft of the Unsundered, we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities. That you should reveal yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections. Yes, that is correct.
Don't you flash them doe eyes at me. I don't trust you. And I have like a perfect track record for predicting the people you cannot trust in this game. Hello, Calyx.
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well?
And we were able to use Aurosite to move other people through the forest and source travel, and also to store ether, so I wonder if some of Azim is literally in it. Oh, we know the stuffy? Yeah, this is like the consciousness of one of the big bads of this expansion has been transferred into this like squirrel.
Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all.
But yes, I'm on the same page as you, Pinky.
Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you.
Yeah, isn't he so cute? With his unamused, deadpan eyes. Because if you remember, it was the creation of the Aurosites were like those fucking cars. It was the Aurosites that we needed to kill the Asians. Kill until, you know, figured out you could like how do you really explain it? Because the only way we were able to actually like deal with Elidibus was to trap him in the aura site and then destroy it. So I'm wondering if there is not a part of, like there's not a shard of Azim in this aura site in the same fashion. And that's what this key is.
You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
Also, again, because I have to, it's compulsive for me. Elidibus. His name is so fun to say. Elidibus.
If you wish to speak, Halmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
Welcome back, Johnny. Elidibus.
As you know, our star Aetheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the ancients.
Oh, that's right. She has a delightful accent. A red-headed nerd with a vaguely Irish accent. Okay, I can trust you a little bit.
As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more. Yes, it seeks to rejoin with all of its shards. Unlike the one we Ascians attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment.
No. Don't you get all revisionist with me, Halmarut. I remember what Emmett Selk's plan was.
All life and matter will be condensed into a single whole and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth. Aetheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years past. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
Supposing for a moment we believe you, how can you possibly know all this?
Time travel?
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark.
Okay, so I'm guessing...
The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
I'm guessing Halmarut was part of the convocation. Which means if she is...
It is indifferent to life's survival. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
Whoops.
So many seeds of life have already been lost. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come.
Okay, the text box that I accidentally clicked off of. The earth shakes and mountains spew fire. Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and icy winds freeze and starve. Countless perish as nature runs its course.
But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased.
Okay, I am going to mute for a second and go run to the restroom real quick. I have thoughts. Okay. Ascians being able to travel the planes explains why it lets you use it if it does have some of Azem in it. That's what I'm thinking. So this makes me wonder if in Evercold we try to release Azem or something like that. Again, what's really important at this point is the Warrior of Light has already rejoined with one of their shards. Like, it was kind of a big plot point at the end of Shadowbringers. So, like, we, the player character, our Warrior of Light, is already substantially more powerful than basically anything that can exist in this world right now. Because we are closer to being an Unsundered than anything else other than the Unsundered. So maybe that's like another important aspect of this is we are already like an Azem in the process of being reformed, being brought into contact with an Auracite containing the essence of another shard of Azem. I'm being pinged. Who'd be pinging me? Okay. Ah. Yes. 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 I Yes, Pinky. It is time for my theory crafting hat to come on. Because now that we know her name is Hamarut, if she is, in fact, a member of the Convocation, then what that means... Okay. FF 12. Scions of Light. The Espers. Wait, Hamarut, wasn't she featured in Academia and Niter? Oh god, how was that spelled? Aha! Yes. The words of Hamarut, there she is. So, she was a part of the Convocation. Ah. Okay, so Hamarut is her title, not her name. Because again, La Habrea was not his title, or was not his name, that was his title. Same with Mitron. Okay, here are the Espers. We've got Ultima, the High Seraph, we dealt with her. Zodiark, we dealt with him. Famfrit, Chaos, let's see. The reason these characters are important is because they actually have the same sigils. If you remember just a few minutes ago when Hamarut flashed her Asium sigil, Asium is also a title and not a name. Right, exactly. Here we are. Zodiark. That's Final Fantasy XII Zodiark. Hamarut. Let's see, can I see her sigil? Yes, her glyph. All right, let's see if we can't find a match. Because it's going to be inverted, I think. Oh, it's this one, I think. Yep. So look, there's her glyph right here. It's this one. Okay, so we've got this semicircular shape with these like interrupted dashes right here, which is the same as this one on the far end by itself. So who does that correspond to? Ah, why did you do that? Andromelech, Elias. Okay, here we go. Chaos, Exodus. Oh, interesting. Exodus. Oh, right there it is. Halmarut, the Arbiter. Ooh, connections, connections. See, there's La Habrea. Was Mateus the Corrupt, Pisces, Emeraloth, Nabrialis. Like, are all of these names familiar to you? Yeah, these are the guys from Final Fantasy XII. Mitron, Emmet Selk, the Angel of Truth. Like these people have been in Final Fantasy for a long fucking time. Fandaniel. Again, La Habrea right there. Halmarut. Ether. Exodus, the Judge Saul. Is an optional level 2 Esper in Final Fantasy XII. He is fought on the highest peak of the Mosforan High Waste in the Empyrean Sea after shrines are activated. His license call, yeah, okay. Exodus is actually a mistranslation of X-Death, the main antagonist of Final Fantasy V. And his name and title relate to X-Death's origin. Exodus's body resembles X-Death's in night form, albeit with a different head, even though we've already experienced X-Death in this game. Also referred to as the Tula Ascendant, which is the Sanskrit name of its zodiac sign used in Yotish Hindu astrology. So I wonder if she's... Okay, I don't want to read too much of her actual article because I don't want to get actual spoilers. It was named after Halmarut, the Arbiter, the Scion of Light, in opposition to Exodus, the Judge Saul from Final Fantasy XII. Yep. God, stop doing that. So we know her title. We know what she's opposed to. Emmet Selk was Hades. Let's see here. Yeah, Emmet Selkj. Let's see. Later required a crystal that Emmet Selk had secretly created with Azim's memories and powers. Okay, so it was Emmet that created Azim's crystal. Okay. Was Hythlodaeus on the convocation? I don't think he was. Because Hythlodaeus was his actual name. Emmett Selk's real name was Hades. Okay, I'm gonna close all this out. Because I don't wanna spoil nothing for myself. Getting the feeling that we're doing what the Ascians planned all along many years ago. I always kind of felt like the Ascians were like, we weren't finished with that. Because we had never seen all of we had never dealt with the rest of the convocation, so like there had to be some of them still floating around. And here she is.
I cherish man's journey. Despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering, he has forged ever onward. Strong, even as he is weak, his is a proud tale in the history of the star. It would be a shame for that tale to end. For all to wither
hiccups.
and die, when some might yet survive.
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections. Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours...
Okay, I guess that explains the Evercold title.
Then sooner or later, you shall have to contend with us.
Even if everything you claim is true?
I kind of get the feeling that we're going to have to bring Zodiark and Hydaelyn back. That it's either bring those two back or let the shards start to rejoin.
What you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable!
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, 'tis only natural that you are averse to our methods.
You think?
But there is one irrefutable
You're still
fact
committing
that
genocide.
you must understand. Should we take no action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one.
Yeah, this is just trolley problem shit.
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
Wait!
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I remember. That was always a question I had about Xenos. Is how the fuck was he that powerful? And I have to wonder, like, if he is also... It was like that thing I mentioned a second ago with Halmarut's opposite being the Scion of Light, Exodus. I'm wondering if, because there's been some vague mention of this being a concept in 14 as well, with the isn't he infused with Ascian? Well, I mean, so would all of us. Like, we're all, like, the player character, especially, being that the player character has rejoined with other shards of themselves, are closer to what Ascians are than, you know, because all the Ascians are shards of the Amaritines that retain their memory. But like we've already seen Belial and Famfrit and all those characters. We've seen them in 14 as well, so we do know that the opposites to the Ascians exist, and there have been some vague details to indicate that they do still occupy that same role. I'm wondering if Xenos does not occupy that same role for us, and that he is literally our opposite. So, like, if we are Azim, he is our opposite in that sense. So, and the thing that complicates it is they were associated with the sun. Okay. Azim was associated with the sun. That would be... Okay, Azim is a title rather than a given name, a position otherwise known as the Traveler. That's another thing that's important to point out is we are not a shard of Vinat. We are a shard of Vinat's successor Azim. So Vinat was the predecessor Azim to the one we are a shard of. Oh wait, okay, that's what makes this tricky. Okay, B, I'll talk to you later. Here's what makes this tricky. There's only 13 scions of light and dark. So we literally just saw Zeromus get mentioned. Golbez literally just mentioned Zeromus. Belias, Chaos, Hashmal, Famfrit, and Mateus, and I think Exodus were all bosses in the Evilise raids. Kukulane, that's not how her name is actually pronounced. her. Adramelech. Some of these were bosses in the Sky Pirates raids from Heaven's Ward. Okay, we've seen Mitron, we've seen Emmett Silk, we've seen Fendaniel, we're seeing Halmarut now, we've seen Nabrialis. We have seen Lawgriff in Heaven's Ward. La Habrea, obviously. I think we also saw Igorham. But yeah, you'll notice the one thing here that's missing is if we're going by, you know, the zodiac here, the thing that's missing is the sun. The sun is not represented in this list. That's because Azim, being associated with the sun, is the forgotten 14th seat of the convocation. So we just don't know who our opposite would be according to this chart. So it may turn out that yes, it actually is Xenos. Can we see Xenos'? Because I think he did have a sigil. No. The only time we ever saw Xenos with a glyph was when his body was being possessed by Elidibus. Or Fandaniel, rather. Was it Fandaniel? Who was possessing Xenos' body? Yeah, it was Elidibus. Okay, that's what it was. So that's why I was remembering Xenos having an Asian sigil, because it's literally Elidibus' sigil. Okay. Yeah, it was Elidibus that possessed Xenos' body. Things are getting interesting. Oh god, did we just get prey returned to the Rising Stone? It's not quite as funny as Waking Sands, but... Missing game capture? I don't know what you're talking about. You didn't miss anything, I just teleported. Ow. I'm trying to force myself to maintain, like, correct posture as often as possible, and my back is not happy about it. It has been a while since we've been here, hasn't it?
Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only. Thereafter, we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
The gang's all together.
Apologies for our delay.
There he is. There's the big boy.
We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with. But we're working on it.
No doubt his link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Knowing him, he'll turn up when we least expect it.
Now,
right now.
As much as I'd like to savor our reunion,
guess not.
Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details?
Okay, you yap. I will get a beverage.
The Winterers and the Solstice.
It's actually still quite nice in here, despite the belching flame from my PC.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear.
Although, for being a sweater dress, this is not very thick. It's actually quite thin.
Calyx was privy to knowledge
It's comfy,
of the
though.
reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Void Scent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the Solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Thank you. I thought so.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
It's pretty chilly this morning. Even I put on pants. The leader of Team No Pants, right? Yeah, no, I woke up last night and I was like, oh, it's actually cold in here. God damn it. Trying to avoid fucking up my lipstick and just making a worse mess in the process. Meanwhile, this entire time I'm forgetting I'm wearing this like Maybelline Superstay stuff that's like fucking indestructible, so I don't know why I'm bothering. Like, I have to saturate a cotton round with like hardcore makeup remover and just hold it to my lips for like a solid minute before it will start to budge this stuff. Actually, I wonder if my cellar water would work better.
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
Given that we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar. So it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this eventuality.
Would she have known? Would she? I mean, she did kind of predict what would happen with the summoning of Zodiark. So she had the insight. And of course, Venant is who would eventually become Hydaelyn. I think if she knew, like, Venant the person, if she knew that her predictions for what would happen with Zodiark were to come true, she would also know what would follow after that. Even though Venant herself never would have. I mean, I guess in some aspects she did, considering she did serve as the vessel for what would become Hydaelyn. I think if we're talking about Venant as Hydaelyn, she definitely would have understood that it could happen.
So she believed that we could overcome this trial as well. Or rather, that the choice was ours to make.
Whichever it may be, it is we who must find the answer. We who live in the here and now.
I think Venant, the Azem, would have known or would have been able to predict the natural rejoining. Venant, as Hydaelyn, definitely would have known that without her continued presence, then the shards would eventually reform. I think that's where I'm landing with this.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Indeed. We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Ere I forget, hereon, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession. After all, It seems that is one mystery I'm not destined to unravel.
Well, don't hold your breath on that. It's going to be really cruel if after all this time we just like, yeah, no, she, you know, we never figure it out. She never gets to reunite with Runar. If she does, do you think they'll stay in the source or first? I think she'd probably return to, what were they called? Children of the Night? Something along those lines. I think she'd probably return to the tribe and then just stay with them indefinitely. Because like she spent like because of the weird like time dilation effect between the source and the first. That's who she was staying with the entire time. Probably better for to be with a familiar place for both of them rather than just her and the sword. Oh, for them to be like in a familiar place for both of them. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Runar would adapt very well to being brought to the source. Oh, there you are. May not have an option if there is a rejoining. Yeah. All right. I do miss spending time in Mordona. It is a very pretty city.
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit.
That is a vaguely threatening statement.
Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating. The mind distracted by the inconsequential. You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Halmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan.
Okay.
Our destination is the fourth. A world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations.
Alright, hence Evercold. Okay. That sounds exciting. I'll be snarky.
It was not my intent to excite. I have my own designs I would see realized, nothing more. Believe me or don't, as you like. For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway.
About that.
What Halmarut said to you earlier. She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that truly so?
Is that furry trying to be threatening? Hey. Hi, Violet.
You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death. Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost?
Okay, so that was the implication. I do enjoy that. Oh, please look that I just gave him.
A truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily share the same beliefs. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable. Be that as it may.
Alright, get to the point.
It is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world. Fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering ideals. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create.
Yeah, ends justify the means. Crap.
In your benevolence, he may seek to save everything and everyone. But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
The furry is in STEM. Plot twist. Right? Listen. Listen. I'm not saying that this is or is not an indicator that I have a degree in computer science. But it's not a statement to that effect. To answer your question, Violet, no, apparently not. If shattered stars are doomed to mend, how turns the key to winter's end? Okay. All right, we're done. We did the thing. Yeah, there is nothing left until until Evercold releases. When is the has there been like an actual official release day, or is it just like a vague, it will be like in this time frame? February? Okay. Oh, I need to give you better gear too. Jesus. You're all so demanding. Yeah, well, it's not going to increase your item level. No. It's not going to increase your item level. Oh, that increased it a little bit. Oh, I can put that on you. Oh, I can put this on you. That's even better. January. Okay, cool. What else might I be able to stick on you? I don't think I have anything else. Oh, wait. Boom. Haha. What do you mean take a nap? I just sent you on a venture. No napping. Nope. And I can't change Twink's gear because he's on a venture right now. Because I think I've got some stuff I can give him in my inventory. What level is he now? 92? Because he's got all my hand-me-downs from level 90. Or some of my hand-me-downs. January. It is officially 6 months to the day for my FFS consult. Fun. Oh my god, I gotta start getting ready for that. Because that timeline's gonna sneak up on me faster than I think I'm ready for. How do I not have... How do I not have anything I can put on you? Did I already clear out my entire fucking gear inventory? I probably did. Easy not to think about it until it's 2 weeks away. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, honestly. Because even with insurance, that shit's, it's gonna be so fucking expensive. Not just for, like... Not just, like, out-of-pocket costs, because, like, I know my out-of-pocket costs aren't gonna be, like, prohibitive. I doubt insurance is going to cover the actual, like, inpatient stay, because I'm going to be in the hospital for, like, at least 2 or 3 days. And then it's going to be, like, a minimum of 6 to 10 weeks out of work. So, like, but... Wait. Oh. Damn it, it won't let me. Oh. Ever keep mixing booth. No, I do not want to sell my Gasol greens. Oh, it's a wind-up Kryl. How cute. Yeah, I know. I need to actually decorate this place. Instead of this, whatever this nonsense is that I did the first day I had this house and then never touched it again. Eventually. I'll eventually do something with all this. You found my bread. Ugh. I'm still, I've got a lot of things rolling around in my brain here. My brain box is it's working. The 6 total wrinkles I got in my brain matter, case in point, are all firing off. Because, like, that one statement from Halmarut about using the reflections as I see fit and then summoning Xenos' fucking scythe. Like, that was very threatening. Like, why would she invoke him in that way? That's just a strange thing to invoke. Like, there's got to be some deeper significance to that. Something doesn't sit right about it. Because, like, oh, I gotta be careful. I am wearing a dress. I can't do the... Because I feel like she has to have some pre-existing knowledge of the Warrior of Light. And if she has pre-existing knowledge, then why would she be so flippantly attempting to invoke the name of Xenos in so specific a way as to imply that we would willingly burn an entire reflection in the same way that he almost did? It's bizarre. I feel like there's an implication being made, but I'm not able to see far enough around the bend to really catch the deeper meaning of the implication. Like that's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me until Evercold releases and that statement gets explained properly. Square is being careful with what they say. It's just an unsettling statement. Like, in any context, it's really unsettling to invoke Xenos that way. Ugh, stop yawning. Would Hamarut know that we are a shard of the final Azim before the Sundering? Because I get the impression that Hamarut is also unsundered. I don't think there's any indication that she knew. It's hard because a lot of this stuff is always so deeply interlocking, but Square is usually really good at not giving you one crucial detail to let you know, like, where to start putting the pieces together. Because, like, ultimately a lot of what would end up happening with the Asians, you could have reasonably been able to predict, like, who the power players would have been. Like, for me, it was not a surprise at all. It was not a surprise at all to me to see that Emmett Selk is actually Hades. because I had pre-existing knowledge of Final Fantasy XII. I was able to like put pieces together. I had been thinking about this shit literally since Heaven's Ward, when we started to get more of the Ascians' names. Because, like, yeah, sure, we've got La Habrea, we've got Elidibus. Was Nabrialis featured in Realm Reborn? Or was Nabrialis, did Nabrialis get introduced in Heaven's Ward? There's that one Amaratine that recognized us as a familiar friend. Wouldn't be surprised if she knows. You're talking about Hythlodaeus. That's that Amaratine that recognized us is Hythlodaeus. Because Emmett went out of his way to make sure that Hythlodaeus would be conscious of their status as, like, or are you talking about, like, Amarat as in Elpis, or Amarat as in the construct that Emmett made under the ocean? Because the reason Vinat recognized us is because she could see the blessing of Hydaelyn. What we understood was the blessing of Hydaelyn to have the fingerprint of her own creation magics. But the reason why the Amaratine in, like, the construct recognized us is because that Amaratine was gifted with some degree of, like, awareness of their existence as a construct. Yeah, Amarat as it existed under the ocean was Emmett using his creation magics. What was I just about to look up? Oh, right. Let's see. Okay, maybe I just need to search. Yes, okay. I was right. It's the Amaratine that recognizes us in Dream Amarat is a shade of Hythlodaeus. The Hythlodaeus, I should just bring this up. The Hythlodaeus shade knew that he is not real, theorizing that Emet-Selch had made a mistake while creating him, while revealing what he knew of the final days. His soul sight allowing him to see Ardbert, the Warrior of Light's counterpart on the first. He revealed that both were fragments of Azim, calling the latter his new old friend before taking his leave. He offered the warrior Azem's memory stone, which Emet-Selch had secretly created, uncertain if he was doing it of his free will or not. Yeah. I just power stanced all over you. Yeah. A lot to think about. If we get to actually see Azem in Evercold, that would be weird. Like, how would we pull that off? Because, like, the player character and Ardbert are Azem. Or rather, the unnamed Azem that came after Venat stepped down from the convocation. And we already know who Venat became. Venat is Hydaelyn. Or rather, Hydaelyn was Venat. So yeah, we could definitely meet other shards of Azim. But like, for all intents and purposes, the player character is Azim. You have the ability to get flashbacks. Oh, so you're talking about like seeing Azim like unsundered. Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be really strange. Yeah. Yeah, seeing like yourself unsundered through the echo must be a very strange experience. Jesus, lot to think about. Wonder how many players still have no clue that we're an Azim shard. I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious, but at the same time, like, I mean, I say that, and then I recall that there are people who I know for a fact have played through the entirety of the original Final Fantasy VII, still don't really understand that Cloud's memories post Nibelheim, pre Midgard, are not his. That, like, he fucked off to Midgar at 16, flunked out of Soldier, got turned into a test subject, and then spent the next however many years being drip-fed information from Zack, which merged with his own memories. And, like, everything that happened during the Nibelheim flashback happened from a different perspective to Cloud's own. And he actually wasn't the one... Like, he was there, but he wasn't there. And, like, I don't understand how those people are able to reconcile the two different, like... The two different accounts of what happened in the Maka reactor leading to Sephiroth's, like, death, as it were. There's a few I had to remind who Azem even was when he's mentioned this patch. Yeah. I don't know. I got the Final Fantasy tisms, so I remember these details. Although apparently, despite remembering very esoteric lore, I can't even place that Sphene is meant to be a direct reference to Garnet from Final Fantasy IX. When I literally took the name from that game's Dragoon character. And I've mained Dragoon in 14 for over 10 years now. There's something wrong with me. I don't know what I want to do now. Like, is it really worth taking the time to start leveling? Start leveling, like, hand and land jobs, or land and hand jobs? Like, which disciple of the hand job are you going to level next? They had to have known. Have I seen the trailer for Evercold yet? No. I'm gonna do the thing and not expose myself. Not expose myself to as much material as possible. I want to go into it as blind as I can. Although, now that I think about it, I don't. I'll have to think about whether or not I want to watch it. I may end up watching it because it seems like there's probably some information that I'll be able to glean from it. I don't know. I'll decide at some point if I want to watch the trailer. Have a wild guess on what part of the fourth might have as a location. Let me know if you do. Burmecia? Just spitballing. Oh my god. If it's Burmecia, do you think that they're gonna bring the rat people into the game? Because I don't know, like, if they made rat people a playable race, I don't know if I would immediately jump to Fantasia, because y'all, how can you say no to this adorable pretty face? But I'd be strongly tempted to go Burmesian. Cute kitty, very cute, very adorable, very precious. No, not where I was thinking. Damn. I mean, it kind of could possibly make sense. Burmecia is the land of eternal rain. Oh my god. It's icy. I may have to convince myself to watch the trailer. There's a lot to think about. I wasn't expecting to be given quite so much to think about in such a, like, I don't want to say simple, but a very dry kind of way. Like, that's something else that's kind of a little unsettling about all this, is that Halmarut just kind of dumps this on our lap very matter-of-factly. Which leads me further into believing that she's got some pre-existing knowledge about things. Which, I mean, obviously she's got some pre-existing knowledge. But, like, she definitely knows a lot more than she's letting on to us, and she definitely is thinking several steps ahead of us. Welcome back. It's like, I don't know, would you agree, Pinky, that like the establishment of this like information about like the Winterers and the rejoining, like this naturally occurring rejoining that could happen, that like the establishment of all of this information is very unsettling in how matter-of-factly it's been like given to us. I'm also curious if Calyx is trying to double-cross her somehow. He said he has his own motives. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because they both kind of made the implication there. I think there might also be a subtle implication that in some way, Halmarut is going to force us to work for her in Evercold. No, I think she's legitimately telling us the truth about a natural rejoining. And that's also what's unsettling about it to me, because she's not making any pretense. Like, I think she's already, like, thought so far ahead on this that, like, she's going to have us wrapped around her finger with no effort. Like, she straight up doesn't have to lie about anything. And this isn't even like a lie by omission. She just, like, she knows how to, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead on this. I think she's got more figured out than here's the thing that I realized. She seems too nice for ASEAN standards. I mean, Emmett was nice when he wanted to be. Emmett was actually very pleasant when he wanted to be. But Emmett I don't think it was ever stated explicitly, but I think it's fairly obvious that Emmett Selk was tempered by Zodiark. And I think the entire time, Emmett was being forced to abide by Zodiark's will, but Emmett himself is so powerful that he is able to not necessarily resist the influence of Zodiark, but is able to understand that he is being influenced by Zodiark and that he must act to Zodiark's benefit. But he was smart enough and powerful enough and had the insight and the foresight enough to be able to not work against Zodiark, but to be able to rules lawyer his way around working to the benefit of Zodiark, to benefit us to work against Zodiark in a kind of weird roundabout way. Like, he knew how to push our buttons in a way to get us, in a way to motivate us, and in a way to guide us to be able to effectively deal with Zodiark. Because he knew that we would eventually have to do that. And I think he knew that it was the wrong thing to attempt a rejoining, but he couldn't fight it. But I'm not getting the same sense of that from Halmarut. You go back through and you look at everything he made the crystal. Right. I think he fully knew. I think he was intimately aware of what was going to happen the moment they summoned Zodiark. But I think he knew that there was no option. There was no alternative. There was no getting around it. Hydaelyn, being one of the staunchest opponents to the summoning of Zodiark, or Venant rather, being one of the staunchest opponents to summoning Zodiark, would have been uniquely positioned to resist tempering by Zodiark, which is why she did. And it's why it's her blessing that allows the Warrior of Light to resist Zodiark. This is one of my favorite tracks from Shadowbringers. Like, such a good track for the first dungeon of the game. But you could see in real time, you can watch Emmett you could watch the gears turning in his presence. You can tell, you can look at him and see like how hard he's scheming. Because he's fucking with you the entire time. Like, as much as he wants you to succeed, you still are deeply annoying to him. Because, like, that's just the kind of person he is. Like, you can tell he's like, deeply, like, he has deep affections for Hythlodaeus, romantic or otherwise. But he's still annoyed to the fucking ends of the earth with Hythlodaeus. And Azem as well. Like, those two test the limits of that man's patience, but he is still deeply in love with both of them. Again, romantic or otherwise. Hamaru has a cold and calculated vibe wrapped in a cute and innocent package. Hamaru seems infinitely more sinister in just every aspect of her presentation. Like, there's something just immediately like, I don't trust you. With Emmett, like, it eventually got to a point with Emmett that, like, when he shoots Graha, that's, oh my fucking god, he's actually a villain. Like, I was legitimately, like, in fucking shambles when that scene happened because it came out of nowhere. Everything is being set up to, like, and this is what's so masterful about Emmett, is because it turned out that, yeah, actually he was on your side the entire time. It's just like there's certain things that he had to do. But like, you're being led to like willingly work with this guy. He's so anti-charismatic that it wraps around to being charismatic again, where it's like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll follow you on this, like, on this fool's errand. Like, sure, like, let's see what the logical conclusion of this is. And you're like, oh yeah, cool. Like, you know, Emmett's just like chill now, kind of. Like, he's still a snarky ass. But then that thing with the Crystal Exarch, and you're like, oh my god, I put my faith in this guy and he's actually as fucking evil as he said he was this entire time. And then it just keeps ramping up and ramping up and ramping up, and it's like everything in Shadowbringers is like coming crashing down around you at this point, because you're like, I put my faith in this asshole. And he was being honest to me the entire time, or at least as honest as he had to be, about how fucking evil and how much contempt he has for you. But with Hallmarut, there's no pretense. There's no pretense, and that's so much more unsettling, and we've seen nothing from her so far. There's been, what, 3 scenes with her? And I'm immediately like, oh no, she's actually evil. Actually fucking evil. Because there's no Zodiarch. Zodiarch's dead, there's nothing to temper her. This is just who she is. And like, there's an aspect to it where it's like, she has to know that the cute and sweet and innocent and like timid demeanor, she has to know that it doesn't work on us, but she's doing it anyway. And like, that in and of itself, again, deeply unsettling. So like, what the fuck is her deal? What is this chick's deal? Like, Emmett was so fucking masterful at like, her thing is the Harbinger, right? Let's look at it again. Oh, also another thing to point out. The Zodiac, I mean, the Zodiac is like a recurring motif in a lot of Final Fantasy games. But the Zodiac is also present with some lore in Final Fantasy IX, even, in the form of these collectible objects that you can pick up in the world called Stellatios. I'll pull those up here in a second. Actually, I'll pull them up right now. Let's see. Stellatio coins. Say Homerut, the Arbiter. Libra, the Scales. Okay, so not the Harbinger. Libra. Libra was a perverse fellow. He would always walk in the opposite direction of the sun. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. The Libra is found in Medain Suri. That's... This could also potentially be relevant information. Because Medain Suri is where the summoners are from in Final Fantasy IX, which is relevant to the idea of the Espers, because the Espers are the summons in Final Fantasy XII. So these are the actual summonable entities. The Lucavi. Right. This explains, yeah, the Lucavi are the explanation. Mateus Hashmal, Rafikale Duma, Famfrit, Belias, Yasmat, several of Ramza, Lucavi versions themselves to keep Ultima sealed. Okay. All right, couple of connections here that I'm making. Medain Suri is the village of the summoners from Final Fantasy IX. Eidolons, the word Eidolon and Esper, while not completely interchangeable, have been used to mean the same thing throughout Final Fantasy, as well as the word icon. Icon. Icons are also summons. Icons are summons in Final Fantasy XIV. They're also the summons in Final Fantasy VI. At least, was it 6? Yes. No. Or was it 5? I don't want to see 16. Oh my god. I don't want to see information about 16 because icon has been a fucking term since prior to 16. Okay, 6. They were called Aspers. Okay. Madain Suri has what's known as the Eidolon Wall, which, if I remember correctly, is very similar in appearance to the Lukovi glyph. How could forget? Gaia says it every time in his prey monologue, right? Circular chamber filled with paintings of the Eidolons, being a sacred place for the summoners, realize many rituals. Zidane fights Amarant. Right. So, the Stellatio that we find in the Village of the Summoners is Libra. Libra was a perverse fellow. He would walk opposite the direction of the sun. We, the player character, are Azem, who is associated with the sun. We can now see that Halmarut, who works against us, is Libra. It's right there. Yeah, I know that Exodus is wonder if her element being ether is going to come into play. It seemed like she has some degree of ether manipulation, like, I mean, all Ascians do. A position otherwise known as the Traveler. Hold on, if it's been this obvious. Libra, the scales, yeah, okay. Azem. Azem's crystal. Oh my god, I've got so many tabs open. Okay, so that's clearly not Libra. That is... Yeah, there's Libra right there. Okay, that doesn't correspond to anything on the actual zodiac. Looks like the floating circle we used to teleport back. Right. I mean... I can kind of see... like a... Yeah... It's really, really tenuous, but I can kind of see some similarities. Zodiac weapons, relic weapons in a realm reborn, yeah. Although... Okay, if Homroot... Yeah, because it says it right here that Homroot is Libra. But these are members of the convocation. They... Okay. Ultima the High Seraph. Remember, Ultima the High Seraph was also the final boss of Orbon Monastery. And she's based on Holy. Wait. I fucking completely glossed over that part. Where did it go? Would he ever see Virgo? Palmarut Libra moving against the sun. I mean, we are the predecessor to the entity that would become Heidelin, yes, but we are not the entity that became Heidelin. So this is exactly what I was saying a minute ago, or a little while ago. There's always some tiny little detail that they manage to not give you. That the story, what they want to tell you is already kind of laid out for you. But there's just something there that they haven't given you that tells you where to start putting the pieces together. Okay. Venat. Also, the thing to keep in mind is the crystal we've got, Azem's crystal, is not Venat's crystal. It's you, Azem's crystal. But does she have a specific spot on the zodiac? Okay. Logrif, Mitron. Let's see, it was held by Artemis. Hashtaroth, the Arbiter. Okay, Asian, whose current whereabouts are unknown. So we may see Hashtaroth. We may see them. See, it was held by Hermes. Altima, Halmarut, Nabrialis. Pilgrim of the Star, which does kind of fit with the whole Exodus theme, but it's tenuous at best. Counselor to the people, the seat was held by an individual whose sundered soul became the warrior of light on the source and Ardbert on the first. At the time of the final days, Azem vacated their position, and the convocation acted as a body of 13. Okay, I need 1 moment. I'll be right back. Okay. I feel like there are a lot of details here. But the connective tissue hasn't made itself visible yet. Okay, so I can read this now. Ara with red hair, greenish scales, and large round glasses. Her horns are more outward. She wears an old-fashioned dress, which Calyx deems is out of date. Helmut claims she chooses to forego her Ascian robes because such attire would immediately identify her. Okay. Helmut is timid toward the Warrior of Light, knowing they are the Source's vaunted hero and responsible for the defeat of many of her Ascian brethren. Strangely, for an Ascian, Helmut lacks a sense of forethought as she appeared in Trino, a town filled with only the Malala people in the form of an Ura, which made her stand out and easy for the Warrior of Light to notice. Calyx would mock her for this. This is totally a manufactured presentation of hers. Unlike her Ascian brethren, don't we normally get a little bit more MSQ in 0.56? Maybe? I don't know. Unlike her Ascian brethren, Helmut is sympathetic to mankind in its current sundered state, claiming she cherishes their journey and does not want it to end. Nevertheless, she is willing to use any means necessary to ensure mankind will survive the solstice. See, even if it means causing mass death and destruction, she is, however, open to other means of achieving her goal, and in this regard she challenges the Warrior of Light, encouraging them to deal with the solstice their way. There, she's not. I don't trust her. There's a lot going on here that I don't fully understand yet. Okay. Constellation stones. I want to... There we go. Wait. Ozim is associated with the sun. So this is the sun with the celestial bodies orbiting around the sun. Okay, so this makes sense. Libra. Let's look at what Libra. Which one is Libra? It's this yellow one here. Emmet Selks and Azem's crystal. Wait, is that Gemini? I guess that is Gemini. Yeah, Gemini, the twins. Let's read Gemini's entry. I will sing her a song. He didn't know where she was, but he hoped his song would reach her. The Gemini is found by throwing 10 gil into the fountain at the entrance of Trino 13 consecutive times. There's 13 being represented. Convocation was 13 at the start of the Sundering. Cancer headed to the cape where Virgo waited. The sun was setting into the ocean. Would he finally see her? Leo was waiting for the sun to set into the ocean. Then Cancer showed up and they began to fight. Into the ocean they fell. Okay, so Leo, watching the sunset from the cape, Virgo whispered, "My only wish is to be with you now." Okay, but Virgo is not the sun. If that's... Virgo is not represented by the sun. So, like, what? Okay, start from the top. The story of 12 zodiacs. The 11 zodiacs pondered how best to catch Virgo's heart. Aries headed east. Taurus had an idea. He would give Virgo a gift. Through the forest and over the mountains, he found a star. Gemini thought by the river, I will sing her a song. He didn't know where she was, but he hoped his song would reach her. Cancer headed to the cape where Virgo waited. The sun was setting into the ocean. Would he finally see her? Leo was waiting for the sun to set into the ocean. Then Cancer showed up. And they began to fight. Into the ocean they fell. Watching the sunset from the cape, Virgo whispered, "My only wish is to be with you now." Libra was a perverse fellow. He would walk in the opposite direction of the sun. Would he ever see Virgo? Scorpio was very timid. He always looked at his shadow until one day he decided to look away. He walked up a hill. Sagittarius dashed through the night, defying the chilly northern wind that was stinging his right cheek. Impatient Capricorn ran up a hill towards the sun and fell asleep from exhaustion. Aquarius arrived late. He asked everyone who kissed Virgo. Pisces said to Aquarius, Virgo made her choice. Go see him and he'll tell you the rest. Their future was uncertain, but Scorpio and Virgo kissed in the light of dusk. That moment meant everything. Thirteenth Stellatio, which is Ophiuchus. Serpentarius, which, again, Ophiuchus is Zodiarch. Yeah, Ophiuchus the snake bearer. Who would be opposed to Ultima, who is Virgo. So many tiny little connections, but what do they mean? What do they mean? What is the implication? Ugh. I think it's pronounced Chukaline, Scorpio, and Scorpio and Virgo. Are you talking about Pepe Sylvia?
They're on to me, dude. Those guys are sharp as nails up there. You can't put anything past them. Oh my god, dude, I'm freaking out. I am so stressed out. I feel like I'm having a panic attack.
You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about stress? Okay? I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy, Mac. How about that for stress?
What the hell are you talking about?
This company is being bled like a stuck pig, Mac, and I got a paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this.
Jesus Christ,
That right there is the mail. Now let's talk about the mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Mac? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay? Pepe Sylvia. This name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look at the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia. So I say to myself, I gotta find this guy. I gotta go up to his office. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands. Otherwise, he's never gonna get it. He's gonna keep coming back down here. So I go up to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, Mac? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. You gotta be kidding me. I got
the box is full of Pepe.
All right, so I start marching my way down to Carol and HR, and I knock on her door, and I say, Carol! Carol, I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR. Mac, half the employees in this building have been made up. This office is a goddamn ghost town.
Okay, Charlie, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Not only do all of these people exist, but they've been asking for their mail on a daily basis. It's all they're talking about up there. Jesus Christ, dude. We are gonna lose our jobs.
Well, calm down, because here's one thing that's not gonna happen.
What?
We're not gonna get fired. We're not. Because we've already been fired.
We've lost our jobs?
Yeah. About 3 days ago, a couple pink slips came in the mail. One for you, one for me. So what did I do? I mailed them halfway to Siberia, okay?
If we've lost our jobs, that means we've lost our health insurance, which means all of this was for nothing.
One of the funniest moments in TV ever. And I don't even particularly like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, because it's a very frustrating show for me to watch. But that is funny as hell. Okay. Back to this, though. Back to the theorizing. Back to my own little spider's web of red string. I thought that said Mitron the Chaser for a second. All right. What was the thread I was tugging on for a second there? The thing that's not represented here is the 14th seat of the convocation. And that's important because the 14th seat, I assume, based on this line, is that the 14th seat would be associated with the sun. Hence, the symbol on Azim's crystal, which I think that this, as well as the color of it just in general, is meant to be representative of the sun. Like, that's obviously the sun right there, and then the planets, like, orbiting around it. But what does that mean for Zodiarch? Ophiuchus. The connection appears with regards to the character Anukalai, who appears in the Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward storyline, inciting adventurers to combat powerful primals. Anukalai is a traditional Arabic name for the star commonly known as Alpha Serpentis, which appears in the constellation Serpens. Serpens bisects the constellation Ophiuchus and is the reason that constellation 13th in the western sky, in the western zodiac, is known as the Serpent's Bearer. Wait. Oh, that's right. Anukalai was an Ascian. Or at least was meant. Oh my god, I had completely forgot about this kid. Oh my god, so many fucking details, so many connections. Ah! Oh, hi, Pat. At least I assume that's Pat, based off the PFP. How are you doing? I forgot about this guy. He is a mysterious boy who claims to have come to the aid of the Scion of the Seventh Dawn against the primal threat. Anukalai continued to make preparations to return to the 13th with Silva to attempt to restore it. As part of his research, he met with Reen and Gaia, as he believed their process of restoring the empty with Eden could be used in the 13th. Right, because he's from the world of darkness. He decided to reunite with Silva with the help of the Warrior of Light, Urianger, and Bakluk. He journeyed to the first and met Silva in the Crystarium. They discussed the possibility of restoring their world. Oh my god, so... Right. That would imply, I think. Okay, Ultima the High Seraph. Place that in Scion of Darkness. And under Scion of Light. No, that doesn't work. Zodiac sign. The zodiac sign of Zodiarch is Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus Anukalai is a traditional Arabic name for the star commonly known as Alpha Serpentis, which appears in the constellation Serpens. Serpens bisects the constellation Ophiuchus, and is the reason that constellation, the 13th in the Western Zodiac, is known as the Serpent Bearer. Okay, let's... Ophiuchus, okay. Ooh, there he is. Alright. Okay. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Ophiuchus. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Ophiuchus, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Cetus. Cetus. Sometimes called the whale, was a sea monster in Greek mythology which both Perseus and Heracles needed to slay. Cetus is in the region of the sky that contains other water-related constellations, Aquarius, Pisces, and Eridanus. Okay, I'm not sure what relation Cetus would have to anything. Oh, Schmidt added a sun sign for Cetus. As well as the more often seen addition of Ophiuchus, however, his symbols for Cetus and Ophiuchus are not the same as the symbols used here. Under the IAU constellation boundaries, the sign of Cetus corresponds to the half of Taurus, mostly west of the Aldebaran and the Hyades, while the Taurus sign corresponds to half of the Taurus east of the Aldebaran and the Hyades. Ophiuchus is not a sign in traditional forms of tropical and sidereal astrology and only appears in a few forms of astrology which use the nominal constellation boundaries adopted by the IAU. Okay. Let's see, is there another chart? Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpius, Ophiuchus, Sagittarius, Capricorn. Right. Aquarius and Pisces. Okay, so this is 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Right. Okay, Cetus is, yeah, dubious. The sun in astrology. Rulerships, Leo, detriments, Aquarius. All right. Leo, the lion, Van Daniel. Detriment, Aquarius. Okay, we've not... I don't think we've seen Emeroloth. We have seen Van Daniel. I don't know how that relates, though. Sun is our identity. Great. Yeah, see, okay. I was right. That is supposed to be... Where'd it go? That is supposed to be the sun. Apollo? Yep, Apollo. Ancient Greek. He is the god of the sun and light, prophecy, philosophy. Okay. Son of Zeus and Leto. And brother Artemis. Apollo's most common attributes are the bow and arrow. Other attributes included the katara, plectrum, and the sword. Lots of connections. But to what, I don't know yet. Okay, at this point, I mean, it's like, I think it's fairly safe to say that we as M are meant to be like the sun on the convocation. Zidane notices Scorpio and Virgo both sparkle in his hands. The back of the 13th Stellatio provides the conclusion to the story inscribed on the back of the other 12 Stellatio. So, Nabrialis. And who was the opposite to Shukalane? Or who was the opposite to... Oh, Ultima. Okay, so who would be Virgo on the convocation? It's got to be one of these. Yeah, okay, here's the Orosite thing coming back. Because Nabrialis was the Ascian we destroyed using the white Orosite. And then we used Tup Samadhi to destroy the Orosite. So I'm pretty sure, Pinky, that we're like literally like dead on the money with the key ethos, whatever, being a chunk of Orosite containing another shard of Azem. Where'd it go? Here it is. Yeah, it's literally a chunk of white Orosite with Amaratine like scroll work. Like that's literally what this is. Yeah. It's a chunk of white Orosite. It seems to have a connection to Azem, whose symbol appears on it when it is activated. While contained inside an electrip actuator device resembling a trophy or an hourglass, this was a modification done by preservation. The key itself is only the crystal. So it's etheric density, yeah. Heart of Sabik, the core of the Ultima weapon, is a black orsite that contains the ultimate destructive spell Ultima, which is released through the absorption of primal essences into the stone. The Heart of Sabik was originally a piece of orsite that the ancient Athena found and modified. Researchers speculate that Athena actually received the stone from the otherworldly entity known as Ultima the High Seraph, who again we fight at the end of Orbone Monastery. As a vessel to circumvent the seal, keeping her imprisoned. Members of the sect of Germanique called upon the High Seraph while using Orsite to summon demons and turn themselves into Lucavi, revealing that worship of Ultima remained unimpeded by her death. During the Warrior of Light's confrontations with the memories of the ancient La Habrea and the revelation that the Heart of Sabik was discovered by his wife, okay, so Ultima the High Seraph is Athena. Or is that? I've got so many fucking tabs open. The ancient Athena. Okay. Main antagonist of Pandemonium. She was the first chief keyword of Pandemonium, the wife of La Habrea, and mother to Ericthonius. Her ambitions of attaining godhood. Yeesh. Heart of Sabik remained abandoned in Azizla. Athena's essence within it reached out to Claudian, the reincarnation of Ericthonios, and manipulated him into going to Azizla to retrieve the heart. Afterward, Athena seized control and made him her vessel. She teleported a portion of the facility to the ethereal sea and remade it into Pandemonium's image. After the Warrior of Light slayed Kokotos, an aether-hungry beast that emerged from Pandemonium's gate, Athena made her presence known to them. Okay. Heart of Sabik. Which was discovered by Athena, who took it for her research. She dubbed it Orsite and discovered it was capable of housing vast ether reserves. She eventually named the rock the Heart of Sabik. That is the same rock that powered the core of Ultima the boss in Praetorium. Certain Lucavi are capable of casting variations on the Ultima spell. The High Seraph was named after the spell, as she was known to be able to wield it. Okay. Here it is, Orosite. Okay, so we have destroyed Igyoram as well. Orosite created by Ultima can be found throughout Damaska. Ultima gifted this Orosite to people, enticing them with its abilities to grant their heart's desire. This Orosite can transform its wielders into Lucavi, which we were looking at earlier. Got the tab right here. Okay. Orosite was used during the conflict between ancient Baja and the Allegan Empire with the trigger weapon Save the Queen, crafted from Orosite by the Allegan Empire. Save the Queen is, of course, Beatrix's sword. Synthetic Orosite based on the Heart of Sabbac is employed by the 7th Imperial Legion as cores for their Ultima-based anti-icon War Machina prototypes, the Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and Diamond weapons. In 13th, Orosite known as Memoria was used by the Champions of the Realm to contain the powers of summoned primals known as Eidolons in that realm. Anuklai attests that the primal energies gradually bled out of the Orosite, warping its wielders into fiends of endless appetite for ether, devouring... Yeah, okay. So many details, but what are the connections? What are the connections? Oh my god. Who's to say? Who's to say? Athena is my favorite Borderlands character. I don't know as much as I probably should about Borderlands. It just was one of those series that I never really got into. Yeah, lots to think about. That's one of the things that yes. How long were you holding a torch to me? Oh my god. That's one of the things that I've always really appreciated about the Final Fantasy franchise is that, like, there's so many little details that get strewn through everything. And 14 is the perfect vessel to start taking a lot of really weird esoteric details and start smashing them together. Specifically to get autists like me thinking entirely too deeply about trivial shit. Like I just spent the past hour and a half doing. God damn it. Okay. As it so happens, using my brain box makes me tired. So, I have accomplished what I wanted to accomplish today, which was finishing the Final Fantasy XIV current main story quest, and I have done that. So I think I'm going to end the stream now. I think I've spent enough time thinking and theorizing and not really getting anywhere with that. But I am tiring myself out. So I'm going to cut for today. Tomorrow, I'm going to pick up a little bit more of Twilight Princess, playing the Linkle mod. So that ought to be fun. As for what I'm going to do next week, because I am done with this, I'm done with MSQ Catchup. I am going to start working on finishing Resident Evil Remake continuity achievements. So I need to finish a handful of things in Resident Evil 2 Remake, a bunch of things in Resident Evil 3 Remake, a handful in 4 as well. I don't know if I'm gonna make that include 7 and 8, even though they're part of the remake continuity. I don't know yet. I'm still thinking about that part. But I think next week, or a Monday stream next week, I'm either going to work on finishing the last major thing that I need to do for RE2 Remake, which is finish Leon A on S+, or get an S plus rank on Leon A Professional difficulty, which is the one thing that I have not done yet. I've done it on Leon B and Claire A and B, but I have not been able to do it on Leon A for whatever reason. But I think I'm going to try to finish that next week. And if not that, I've got to work on some stuff for Resident Evil 3 Remake. The unfortunate thing with Resident Evil 3 Remake is I've already finished almost everything in that game, except for hardcore, or not hardcore, Nightmare and Inferno difficulties on PlayStation 4. So I need to basically do all of it for RE3R on PC. Isn't that lovely? It shouldn't be hard though. I already have a lot of experience with RE3R, so I should be able to chew through a lot of that really quickly. So I think Monday streams from here on out are going to be me working on getting those essentially platinum, finishing the achievements. For the remake games, I think 4 is going to give me the most difficulty because there's a lot of like exploration related stuff, like getting all of the treasures in one playthrough, the bottle caps, although they're not bottle caps, they're coins. Getting all the shooting gallery stuff and getting all the coins, and yeah, it's going to be fun. But that's going to be Mondays from here on out. And then Tuesdays, I think I'm going to make Twilight Princess until I finish that. So that's the plan. That's the plan for now. Anyway, I'm getting tired. I'm going to make something to eat. I got a pizza in the freezer calling my name, and then probably bed. Sleep sounds nice. Thanks for hanging out. I will be back on tomorrow with more Twilight Princess. Ought to be fun. Thanks for hanging out.